Hello and welcome to another stream of The Evil Within, Phase 1 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary by getting all the collectibles and also showcasing the game environments as we go through each chapter and reading the bios of the character models that we come across. And after each chapter is finished, we go in and we look at the character models of whatever character was introduced in the chapter that we had just finished, and then read their bios and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming those.
What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? A hippo weighs about 2 tons. A zippo is a little lighter.
Good one, Dr. Darling. I've heard that one recently, but it's a good one though. I stepped on the cornflake and got arrested. Apparently, I'm now a serial killer. Oh my god, what are you doing? You're a cornflakeinator as well, Arnie. What are you doing? Poor cornflakes. So the chapter that we're up to now is chapter 4, The Patient.
Oh, the hospice. Yes. Leslie was being treated here years ago. He'd come here thinking it was familiar and safe.
You know where we are?
Just ahead is the hospice my brother runs. He'll take us in.
That didn't answer my question.
I honestly don't know. For all I know, I'm losing my mind and you're just a delusion. But I'd like to think I still have a shred of dignity and an obligation to protect my patient. As an officer of the law, you should too.
I hope his brother's not a jerk, too.
I like that. He's like, don't go so fast. It's like, dude, you're the one who's walking miles and miles ahead of where Sebastian is right now. Sebastian's walking slowly. What are you on? He must have some kind of time speed dilation sickness or something, where things that are going really far, really slow, seem like they're going fast to him. Ah, there he is. The doctor's like, I need to go back to the main character. Hey there, Doug. How goes Evil Within? You've made it to chapter 10 on survival mode, and you've been having the time of your life. Oh, that's excellent. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it, because it's one of those games that can be difficult to get into the groove of for some players. So if anyone sort of tries it and doesn't get into it, that's definitely understandable as well. But that's great too, to get up to chapter 10 as well. What did you think about chapter 6, the one where you have the 2 different levels that you're on and everything's on fire, and Joseph has to open those doors for you? Because that chapter is one of the early chapters in the game that is really, really annoying, or can be. You still scare your fucking pants. You blame your partner for making you play this game. They wanted you to be scared. That was pretty easy. Oh, good. That's good that you found it easy. Yeah. It can be annoying when you play on the harder difficulties because, especially a Kumu mode, one hit and you're dead. It's the second area that was shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with this game. Like, there's definitely some really frustrating and annoying things from time to time as well.
There's no time for fooling around.
Listen, Marcello, I'm streaming this game right now, and we're looking at the environments as we go through, so... Marcello, be quiet. Dr. Darling, Warren, Marcello, Vidic. Yeah, they wear similar kinds of clothes.
We must be going. I saw something move. I'll hide here so I don't get in the way. Is it over? I'm not a combatant. I'll leave it to you. Nice shooting.
Marcello, we didn't use a gun. We called what's called a knife. Hello there, Lynch Mob. How's things going? Lynch Mob, pretty good. Just got done playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Oh, nice. That's good. And I hope you enjoyed it. Is it your first time playing it?
must find my patient, Leslie.
What's wrong with this kid?
We must be going. There's no time for fooling around.
Lynchmob, yes, been a fan of the series as well ever since you were in second grade. Your favorite character is Vegeta. Oh, nice. That's cool. It's good when you've been a fan of something for a long time, and over that time you form a favorite. Okay, so the only thing I think I'm missing is the fact that we didn't save that person that was being attacked. But I can easily just restart the chapter. But yeah, I think the amount of bodies that I shot down was fine, but we need to save that person. Hey there, Cynical. Welcome. You love the save room music? Yeah. It's so funny. It gets on the memory.
Oh, the hospice. Yes. Leslie was being treated here years ago. He'd come here thinking it was familiar and safe.
You know where we are?
Just ahead is the hospice my brother runs. He'll take us in.
That didn't answer my question.
I honestly don't know. For all I know, I'm losing my mind and you're just a delusion. But I'd like to think I still have a shred of dignity and an obligation to protect my patient. As an officer of the law, you should too.
I hope his brother's not a jerk, too.
They found us!
Cynical, nice kick. Yeah. Okay, this time we saved the person. They're not real, but...
Nice shooting.
Hey, Mr. Goatee. How's it going, dude? Hey there, Sona. Good evening as well. How's things?
There's no time for fooling around.
I don't know, this guide isn't 100% clear because it says the shed to the right of the bonfire, but if I'm facing this way, then the shed is on the left, not the right, and there is a shed on the right, but there's only one body hanging up on that side, and then there's the one in there, but then it says backtrack to the point you started from and facing the bonfire again, follow the path to the right to find one more hanging cadaver. But it doesn't say which direction the guide was facing at the time. So to the right, one more hanging cadaver, but where? On the right. Like, the right is pretty big. Like, from the bonfire, there's a lot of rights that can be taken. Which right is it? Is it that right? Is it this right? Is it right here? Is it this right at this point? Is it this right at this point? You know, like, people need to be way more specific in their guides when they talk about where things are. And be more descriptive. Like, if there's a set of stairs going up to a building that has a light pole near it and a flag near it, you know, that gives the person looking at the guide more information. But I can't see any other hanging bodies. They're scarecrows. I don't see any other hanging bodies anywhere except for the ones that I've already dealt with. That one there. Can't see any bodies hanging there. Then the ones in here I've already dealt with. There's no dead bodies hanging there. Or there. No dead bodies hanging here. You're supposed to save the person from the fire, and then you're supposed to burn the hanging bodies after shooting them down, and then a big giant pig will appear.
Don't leave me behind.
Like a giant pig. But I can't see where this body is that I might be missing.
There's no time for fooling around.
Oh well, need to look up a video guide now, which uses more RAM. I'm trying to save on how much RAM I use. Alright, Evil Within. Chapter 4. Giant Pig. Alright, so they deal with that. Okay, so I knocked that body down that was near those things, and the body's on the inside. Now where is the one that I'm missing?
Don't go so fast.
Alright, so it's up further, no wonder why. It's up further from this point.
We must be going.
Okay, gotta keep going up. Here we go. Sebastian's excellent marksman skills. Alright, and then let's go back to the bonfire. And now there should be a giant pig. There we go. There's the giant pig. Sona, he shoots just as good as Splinter Cell Sam. This is true, Sona. Yeah, Seb's in this game. The character's named Sebastian. Seb, his aiming, his accuracy is very off with the handgun. Mr. Gote, really good. Payday tomorrow. You did more Rise of the Ronin today. You got a ramen date with a friend tomorrow, so you can't wait. Putting away $250 for spending money for China. Well, that is great, Mr. Gote. I'm glad to hear that that's all going well. And that you're having a great time as well. Hope you enjoy the food tomorrow. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. But you want to fool around. It's fun, especially when monsters are coming for you. Exactly, Star. Yeah, this Marcello guy doesn't know what he's missing out on. What guide are you looking at? It's your other right. Yeah, I was looking at a text guide to begin with because I want to save on RAM. Because when my browser uses up, when my laptop uses up too much RAM, the browser's shut down. There's something weird going on with my RAM in my PC. So I was trying to just stick with text-based stuff instead of video-based stuff. So then I went to a guide on YouTube. Just to go tell you, right? People who do Elden Ring guides have this problem when they show the map or lead the way a tiny bit. Yeah, exactly. Like you gotta, like, even if there aren't players that are like this, that are looking at your guide, treat every player as if they need to know every single bit of detail possible. Show where they are on the map. Where they need to go on the map first. Because 9 times out of 10, when someone's looking for a specific spot, they're going to check the in-game map first, if the game has an in-game map. So as a guide creator, you need to make sure that that's the first thing you're showing, is the game's map. And showing where on the map the thing is. And not just show and then not mark. Show and then mark where it is. And then once you've done that, don't just expect the person to know what the environment in the spot looks like. So actually show you going to the spot. So they have a thing where they can go, right, this is where the spot is. And just describe as much detail as possible. Thanks, Lenchmob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression and the Red Dead 1 or 2 quote.
We must be going.
Okay, so I've got an Arnie scene. Hey, Quaid. Howdy. How was your trip to Mars? What trip? You went to Recall, remember? I did? Yeah, you did. I told you not to, but you went anyway. What are you, my father? Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Listen, I'm already late. Thank you very much. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Come on, move it. Let's go get that drink. What the hell is going on? What the fuck did I do wrong? Tell me. You blabbed, Quaid. You blabbed about Mars. Are you crazy? I don't even know anything about Mars. You should have listened to me, Quaid. I was there to keep you out of trouble. Harry, You're making a big mistake. You got me mixed up with somebody else. Pal. You got yourself mixed up with somebody else. That is from Total Recall. He came, he saw, he conquered. What a fantastic spectacle, John. Let's take a moment to bask in the glory of our victory. Have we got enough money now? All right, all right, all right. Ah, yes. Once Seth and Irish have furnished their side of the bargain, I think we should be ready. Quite a team we've assembled, don't you think? A bunco, a grave robber, and a drunk. How can things possibly go wrong? And that's from Red Dead Redemption 1. That's a conversation between Nigel West Dickens and John Marston. Thanks for redeeming those, Lynchmob. Sony, you've been meaning to finish both games, but you haven't had the time lately to play anything. Oh, that's definitely fair enough, Sona, as well. You know, sometimes the time just doesn't, allow, Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. You're finally done with AC. Are you, Lucas? Okay. Because as for me, there's still more Assassin's Creed coming up on my channel. Mr. Gote has redeemed buy more RAM. Yeah. Lucas, you knew that? Oh, yeah. Mr. Gote, if you don't believe in yourself, then how will anyone else believe in you? That's a good quote. Star, you're about to say, come fix your AC, your air conditioning. So here we go. This is the big peak. Marcello, you might want to get away from there for a moment because I'm going to lob a grenade over that way. There we go, got 1,000 green gel for that. So, yep, it gets up to 86 in your bedroom. It sucks booty. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that'd be so frustrating. Lucas, you knew the Total Recall quote. Ah, I got you, Lucas, yeah. There might be some people who don't know what movie it's from. So I was just saying it for a general comment. So was that really a bad sentence? Yeah, the auto mod got upset about the term sucks booty together. Okay, so now that I've done that, I need to redo this part, which I've already done. But I reloaded the save so I could do that big giant pig Easter egg. I should say too that I'm not going to be able to show each and every Easter egg. Because there's already one that I didn't show in the previous level. I'm not going to redo the level just to show it. So you're going to say the donkey, but went with a safer word.
I'll hide here so I don't get in the way. Is it over?
There we go. Took care of him. Oh my god. I forgot. I'm not playing Assassin's Creed, so the button to get up from ducking is not the same. In this game, the button to actually use the torch against an enemy is the button that you press in Assassin's Creed to crouch and get up from crouching. Okay, so to get back to as well showcasing the environments and all that kind of stuff, we've got this big shed type thing here.
We must be going.
Hello there, Nagasuki. Welcome on in. First day of the week, you can finally watch the stream. Oh, excellent. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Just going around in this chapter and showcasing all the different parts of the environment and stuff as we go through. And getting collectibles and stuff. Thanks, Mr. Gote, for using those emotes. For the double agent playthroughs, I'm going to keep it the same for both versions of double agent that I'm playing. So that emote will be active for the Xbox original version of double agent and the Xbox 360 version as well. Nagasuki, everything's fine here, still hot as fuck. Oh, is it? Oh no. That sucks that it hasn't cooled down a bit at least.
We must be going.
Nagasaki, yeah, you got like 40 Celsius 2 days ago, and now you're like at 36%. But I guess it's Fahrenheit for you. Oh no, it's Celsius here as well. That's definitely high numbers of Celsius. Like, yeah, that's way too hot.
Don't leave me behind. We must find my patient, Leslie.
Speaking of patient, Marcello, how about you be patient? Nagasaki, oh, it's Celsius too? Nice. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, those 36 and yeah, that's like no. So no, if one of your friends gave you their salsa and you didn't realize how spicy they like things and your mouth is burning, oh no. Do you have any sort of like milk-based drink or anything like that? Because that's what I like to have, just in case. So I find that works better than water. So first we're going to go into this location. Where we're going to meet Marcello's brother. Nagasaki, milk or bread to reduce the heat? That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't know about the bread side of things though. That's cool to know.
What could have happened here? We must be going. It's them! They're coming!
Thanks, Marcello, for giving away our position. Thank you very much. Idiot.
Nice shooting.
No tearing. He's exposed
Sona, you know about the water spreading the capsicum? You're eating it real slow as you're sensitive to peppers. You don't remember growing up with being sensitive to peppers, but it changed in high school. Oh, I see, Sona, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, you just don't know what kind of things will change like that. Especially a lot of, things related to taste buds even. Nagasaki, yeah, water is like the worst thing to drink. It's funny though, because, it's understandable to think, because you think it's water, it's something that's liquid.
We must be going.
You know, primarily, when you drink water, you want it to be like cold, like not warm so it makes you sick. Um, so you think, oh yeah, if I drink something like water, that should do it, right? That's one way to try and save space by putting your table up like that. When you want to use it, take it off there and put it down, and then when you're finished, just put it back up like that. Easy.
There's no time for fooling around.
Huh. I did not notice that before. On the front of this book is actually the logo for the game company Tango Works, which worked on this game. Can't really get it so it's facing up the right way. There's a link in Twitch chat for that, just so you can see the similarity. Peel away, no tearing, expose everything. I think this guy needs to get some new material. His stand-up show is not going to get anywhere with that material. So now your house doesn't have one, but growing there were a lot of houses that had a table where the middle portion can be removed to hold 4 people, while the centerpieces can be added to hold as much as 10. That is really cool. I've seen a table that has a similar setup like that. It's really good to be able to do that, be able to have it for multiple amounts of people, and when you don't need it for the largest amount of people, you can just condense it and also save a bit of room in that way too.
We must find my patient, Leslie.
Expose everything. Doctor is here. Peel away. No tearing. Just expose everything.
We must be going.
So no, your house doesn't have one, but growing there were a lot of houses that had a table where the middle portion... Oh, whoops, I already read that comment. Star, this elevator music is great. Walk your rear back up those stairs and go home. Nope. It's nice. Oh yeah, it is Shrek. I was gonna say, is that Shrek? And it's like, yep, it's Shrek. Nice emotes there, Star. Star. Doctor can go home and hush hush himself. Exactly. The other thing is too, like, it seems like he can actually make enemies aware of where you are. Kind of sounds like the Joker. Oh yeah, the Joker.
There's no time for fooling around.
The good doctor is here. Peel away. Hush, hush. Don't you fret.
Doc, no, don't.
Valerio, it's me.
The good doctor is here.
This is my brother, Valerio. Leslie's original doctor.
Peel away. Yes, expose everything.
Hey, what are you doing?
How could he have done that to Valerio? Impossible. Couldn't be Ruvik.
Star, like Heath Ledger's Joker. Oh yeah. It's interesting the similarities in voices that can be across multiple people. Sound it to you? It sounds more like a deeper voice than the plastic surgeon in the first Bioshock. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually played the Bioshock games, and I've seen them being played. Lucinda, my friend who streams as well, she plays it, but I haven't actually seen a full playthrough all the way through from start to finish without, doing other things. So um, I would like to try at least to play through the first one in the future, but I don't know when though. Look at all this delicious food. Like, come on, Sebastian. Free food. Just eat it. Not. Oh, it doesn't look that yum. That looks so yum. Not. You couldn't even pay me money to eat something like that.
Leslie?
That came from outside.
Yeah. Yes.
But we're not going there straight away, though. Still have things to do in this spot. Starlight, you'd like them, Rod. Oh yeah, the Bioshock games. Yeah, I like the combination of technology that is, futuristic with old-timey sort of like things. Star Jeebus. Help me, Jeebus. Anatomical drawing. Marcello, would you mind moving your big ass head out of the road? There we go. It is 10 past 10. I think that's the same time that the clock in the hospital where you can go and get upgrades and
Ruvik.
stuff.
No, he couldn't have.
Well, that's one way to get a key. Star, you're on 2 gummies and watching this in a dark room, so yeah. Ooh. Make sure that the gummies don't come to life. So your cousin let you try Las Vegas, and he commented that it was the first time he's seen someone play for 2 hours without using the enemy lock-on feature. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. In Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, and also in Mirage as well, I think, I only use that every so often, that kind of lock-on feature, because I prefer to not for the majority of the time when I do fights in that game, because I'd rather have the ability to quickly dodge another enemy's attack that's coming at me from behind, and it's not always feasible where the camera is positioned to actually see behind you all the time if you've locked on to a certain enemy. I only really do it if I'm getting annoyed at one particular enemy and I'm trying to do a special attack on them and I keep missing. Like, for example, in Valhalla, the charge attack. sometimes it's easy to miss the target and just go charging right past them. So out of frustration of missing, I'm like, fine then, and just lock onto the target and then do it. Lucas, does 10-10 mean something in this? I've never actually paid attention before, but I would guess that maybe it's the time in which Reuben and his sister were in the barn, and the angry villagers who were upset at their parents buying all the land set the barn on fire. Maybe that's the time that happened, or maybe it's the time when Laura actually died. That'd probably be my best sort of guess. But yeah, I've never actually paid attention until this playthrough what time it actually was on those clocks. But I wouldn't be surprised if the time is related to something like that. Star heart attack. it's like, what? So no, it was the technique where you're given percentages when you stop time and shoot until the meter runs out. Oh, I see, yeah. Well, doing that without the lock-on, like, that would definitely add a little bit of extra challenge to it. Okay, so just double check that I've got what I need to collect so far. Alright, so key number 7, we just got that just then. So key 8, that's in that section. Alright, now map fragments. Okay, so personal document. Okay, so that's at the other place. Alright, cool.
There's no time for fooling around.
And that concludes the tour of this particular building. Time to move on to another. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, February 2005. Myra was almost killed this afternoon, shot by a suspect we were pursuing. Thank God I was there. She's going to be okay. But seeing her bleeding like that, thinking I was going to lose her without telling her how I really feel, was unbearable. I think she feels the same way. There's something undeniable between us. It's against the code of conduct, but I have to let her know how I feel about her. I hope I'm not setting myself up for embarrassment. So Myra is actually the woman that Sebastian ends up marrying, and they have a daughter. And they first met when she began working for the same police force where Sebastian is. Missing patient found. Caretaker worried sick. Psychiatric patient missing since last Tuesday, found hiding in photography studio. Physician Valerio Jimenez says, God's will. So Valerio is the big dude that we saw with the glasses. He's the brother of Marcello, the doctor that was running around with us. Valerio, missing. Dr. Valerio Jimenez, owner of the Elk River Hospice, last seen driving into the city. So now you've watched playthroughs of this game, but they did not give in-depth explanations for the memos found. You love hearing about video game lore. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I like to as well. And whenever I do some playthroughs, I might not worry too much about reading that kind of stuff, but in the case of this game, it's been a while since I actually read those collectibles. I haven't gotten all the collectibles before, but the ones that I do have, like the ones that I have gotten in the past, I've read and stuff like that. A lot of those journals are in areas that the game directs you to that are very hard to miss. So I'm pretty sure I've collected all those journals of Sebastian's before, and the missing persons and the and the newspaper in this section, they're always basically very hard to miss, unless you're, obviously wanting to miss it on purpose and stuff like that. But yeah, it's also good to recap stuff too, because there's also so much information that goes on. In the 2 DLC where you play as the other character in the story, Julie Kidman, you actually get a lot more insight into not only what's actually going on in the present situation, but also what led to certain decisions and why things are why certain things are the way that they are and stuff.
not that way. No. No, no, 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 not that way. No. No, no,
There it is.
not that way.
Okay, that's map fragment 6.
No. No, no, not that way. No. No, no, not that way. No.
So many new admissions, and not a single discharge.
Let go of me! Let go of me! Let go of me! Let go of me!
Fine, 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 fine.
You don't look well at all. Do take care of yourself.
Something I didn't check, I don't think, is what Sebastian does when you don't move and he's holding a grenade. Alright, so all he really does is sort of like loosens the grip a bit on it. And I wonder what he does if he has the agony crossbow bolt. I think I've tried this before, but I can't remember. I think he just does something with his fingers if you don't move when he's holding this. Hello, Placenta. Welcome. How's things going?
That was probably worth checking out. We must be going.
Villager's note. They got Norman. His cries for help just cut off. I can hear screaming every night. If I don't stay hidden, I know I'll be next. Okay, so according to this guide I'm using, that's the final collectible in this chapter. So now to keep an eye out for the remaining keys, in which case there's only one more left in this current chapter. And we're not up to the point yet where that is located. Interesting mask on the Scarecrow's face.
We must find my patient, Leslie.
Yes, yes, Marcello, yes. We will eventually have patience.
What's wrong with this kid?
Sona kind of reminds you of Mothman Prophecies. Now, that is a movie that I still haven't seen, but I remember hearing good things about that one. It's worth the watch, Sona. Nice. There's so many movies that I haven't seen that have been
We
out
must be
for a
going.
while that are in genres that I really like. You know, like horror is my favorite genre. And whether they're good or bad movies, there's some movies that have or are considered to be, really good ones. I don't know if they are myself because I haven't seen them, but things like The Babadook and also It Follows and things like that. I haven't seen those movies, but I remember there being people saying that they were good, but some saying that they were bad as well.
He's gone down there.
Sona, another favorite of yours are Darkness and the Forgotten. They're other ones that I haven't seen either as well. Yeah, Darkness and the Forgotten. I don't know if
Leslie.
it's
Somehow he's...
I don't know if it's a good movie or not, but there was another one, um, The Butterfly Effect. I never actually. I mean, it's not really horror, but I haven't seen that one. It's another movie I thought of that has been out for a very long time now that I still haven't seen. So no, yeah, it's been a while since you last watched The Butterfly Effect, but yes, it's a good one. Yeah, I like movies and things about time travel, or if it's not about time travel, but just the concept of having something that happens in the past which affects the future kind of thing.
There's no time for fooling around.
Oh yes, Zone of the Faculty. Yeah, that's another one I haven't seen.
We must be going.
Help me.
Leslie!
Help me.
Oh, thank heavens. Dr. Jimenez is here. Settle down.
Wait, Doc. I think something's coming.
Something here.
Is it over? Are you still out
This
there?
place is a death trap. Is there anywhere safe at all?
I think that's unlikely.
Can't get out. Can't get out.
We must be going this way.
Can't get away. Can't get away.
There we go. There's another book with the logo of the Tango Works studio that worked on this game.
The stairs are gone.
We must be collectively losing our minds.
Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds.
Oh, God. No. Rovik. It is you. Leslie!
Who the hell are you?
No! Don't follow!
What the? Doctor? Leslie? Fuck. What is going on here?
So in this game also had some top tier lighting effects while other parts was complete ass. Yeah, that's the whole sort of like rough around the edges aspect of this as well that comes into play. There's also this like really gritty kind of grimy sort of look to stuff as well. They're actually, the things that are done right, that is, are the ones that make me prefer this game over the second game's approach to just how things look aesthetic wise. It feels a bit too polished, whereas I feel like the first one, even though it's not as polished as the sequel, that just adds to it. Whereas the other The sequel seems sort of like sanitized in a way. Don't get me wrong, obviously there's still imagery and textures that are worn down and all that kind of stuff, but I prefer the gritty, grimy feel that this first game has. Sona rust from flowing water and ambience. Exactly, Sona. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too, as well. All the rust and stuff in this game's environments. Shock Bolt, a warhead for the Agony crossbow which will immobilize enemies who come into contact with it via an electric shock. It can be placed on things like floors and walls and even enemies. And even Joseph's. There we go, and there's that key. Alright, so that's all the collectibles for Chapter 4 done. Dr. Darling, you feel so tired. You woke up early. Feels like ages ago. Oh, really? So how early was it for you when you woke up? Hey, Door. Welcome on in. It's 5 a.m., so bright and early. Really early. Welcome on in. I hope things are going good. So, Dr. Darling, you woke up at 6 a.m. That's when I was going to bed. At my time. 6 a.m. Sona, you're a natural night owl. You should be asleep, but you're still awake. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely like that too, you know. My stubbornness at going to sleep early began when I was a teenager, and that's just something I haven't got rid of as an adult in all the years since. Like, I very rarely go to sleep as soon as I start to feel tired. I'm like, I don't want to go to bed yet. It's too early. It's only 1 a.m. in the morning. Hey, Bearsuit. How's things going, dude? Welcome. I saw before, I didn't know, but there's a couple of books that actually have the logo for the studio Tango Works on it. Dumbledore, you going good? Excellent, that's great. That's good to hear. Especially too, so early. So the same you do, do you still fight your sleep? Yeah. You definitely know what it's like then. You know, like if I'm really exhausted and it's, you know, early, like 11 p.m., then I might go to sleep. But the problem then is I'll wake up even earlier. Like, you know, wake up at 3 a.m. or something. Sooner and then completely ruin your sleep schedule even more. And then it's like, oh, you know, that can be hard to get back into rhythm as well. Good thing this isn't on a Kumu mode, otherwise I'd be fucking dead. Oh, that's okay, Sona. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for the thought of doing a clip. That's no worries. Yeah, I thought I was far enough away. If that was on a Kumu mode, we'd be we'd be dying with the enemies as well. So now there's a few clips of you raging, and you wanted to show you do have fun while streaming. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing. I can go from, and it can be any game. You know, even games that I really love a lot. I can go from laughing about something to being really, really angry and pissed off about something that's gone wrong in the game and stuff. Then there's different degrees of things going wrong. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. Wait, no, wrong franchise. Hey there, troll. Welcome on in. I love that moment from Army of Darkness. Klaatu, Barata, How's things going, troll? Dumbledore? Oh, Evil Within. That's right, yeah, this game is another one celebrating an anniversary this year. You played the second, but not the first game. Oh, okay, cool. Well, if you played the second one, there's a section that you'll probably remember where you had to face off against like this guy with a safe for a head, and the guy with the chainsaw, and the screeching woman with the spider legs that is running around, and all that kind of stuff with the fire and things. They're all creatures from the first game. Troll, you doing all right? Work was hot, was it? Ah, okay. Well, I hope you can cool down now after being out there and being overheated and stuff. Yeah, Dumbledore. I think that was quite cool. It reminds me of like the old school Mega Man games where when you got to the final levels, you would actually have to refight all the enemies or the bosses that you'd already fought before. Which, heaps of other games since then have done that. Even Assassin's Creed 1 has done that. Assassin's Creed Origins. Troll, you mean you work as a cook, so it's always hot. Well, that definitely makes sense then, Troll. So, how many hours roughly would you work generally as a cook? Thanks for clipping that, Sona. I'll just go to the clip section. Ah, nice. Evil Within, raging to enjoying the game. Thanks for clipping that moment, Sona. Troll, you mean when you were younger, like 80 hours a week minimum, now around 40? Oh, wow. So minimum, it used to be 80 hours. Holy shit. And now around 40 hours. So which do you prefer? Like, do you prefer the 80 hours that it used to be, or like the 40? Won't have much time to actually observe the game environment if I take a few more steps forward. So just stand here and zoom in a bit with the aim.
Shit, I'd better run. What is it with you? Damn it. That was close.
That was very close because there was a moment there where Laura actually hit us in the elevator. And I was also at the same time trying to showcase the environment, moving the camera around a little bit to show different things. But I definitely would not be trying this on any other difficulty except for, well, I mean, this isn't casual. This is, what do they call the, I always forget what they call the difficulty settings for this except for casual and Akumu. I mean, there's Nightmare before Akumu, and then there's Survival. That's right, Survival is the default difficulty. So I'm only playing on Survival, so that's why the game's being a bit lenient with me in those respects. But yeah, definitely wouldn't want to try this on Nightmare or on Akumu, just trying to take your time and observe the environment and stuff. Troll, hard to say really. It's a different style of work. When you were younger, you worked at really high-end restaurants. Now it's a retirement home that also has a cafe, and you deliver to a lot of the other retirement homes. So if you're asking who do you prefer to cook for, where you are now, if you are talking challenge and creativity, the restaurants. Well, that's cool to have like experience in one extreme to the other as well. And that's also great that they also deliver to the other retirement homes as well. It's always good to have that sort of balance of places that people who are retired can enjoy food and all that kind of stuff, but also restaurants and things like that. So that's like 12 hours a day with no time off. People need rest. That's the thing, like 12 hours a day, and some people pulling off more than 12 hours a day as well, like just crazy. Troll, no, more like 12 to 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. Well, most weeks. We're definitely weeks with no days off. I bet when you actually got a day off that you were really, really happy to at least get, to that point. So no, one day to recuperate is not enough. Oof, I think you grew a few grey hairs for you. Yeah, that's it. Like, if you're also doing a job where you're on your feet all day, the prospect of not being able to, get enough rest the next day, can be a bit daunting and stuff. Hey there, Raid. Welcome. You don't even have anything funny to say. Well, that's okay, Raid. That's no trouble at all. Welcome on in. How's things going? Just taking a breather. We dealt with Laura and had a look at the environment while trying not to die at the same time. Patrol start at 10, go home at midnight, except in the weekend, or if there's an event, then 2 to 3 a.m. That'd be the thing too, like, especially what kind of event and what size event. Raid, you've been playing Watch Dogs Legion. After 3 years, you downloaded a cheat engine and an operative editor that you've been using to make custom characters, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. Oh, nice. To be able to go even further into the customization of characters than what the game offers as the standardized thing would be awesome. That'd be really cool. It's funny, you know, I am still a bit... I don't know how to feel about how Aiden Pierce looks in Watch Dogs Legion. Like, there's just something... Like, it's almost like they just tried to find a default face that they had already created and just try and change some things here and there and make it look like Aiden Pierce. Like, it doesn't seem like they took how Aiden looked in the first game and then just extrapolated how he would look with all those years added on top as well. There's just something weird, and it's like with Sam Fisher. I saw an image of Sam Fisher as he appears in, what is that Ghost Recon game? Was it Wildlands or something? And his beard looks like it's a fake one dyed to look grey. Like, there's just something weird about some of Ubisoft's decisions with their character models. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not something that is the deal, but it's just one of those things I've noticed. Troll, also, if you were the last to get hired, you went home even later as you had to also wash the floors in the kitchen before you could go. Oh, of course, yeah, like things like that, which, you know, like I can imagine too, there'd be a lot of things that have to be, you know, washed off the floor as well. Rage, you prefer Aiden without his giant beard, but if you take it off, to you he looks like Edward Norton? Oh, okay. I'd have to have a look at that again, because it's been a while since I played that game. It would have been last year when I played it, but I haven't played the Bloodlines DLC for that game for a couple of years or more. Absolutely love that transition. One of my favorite things in horror games in general is when they do certain kinds of transitions and things like that. There's a lot of really cool ones in this with just some of the imagery, but also some of the ways that the camera angles go and all that kind of stuff. And as you saw there, Sebastian kind of falls down this chasm and then he lands in an area where the camera is making it look like you would normally expect it, but he's fallen from the side, is coming from the side, but down a hallway, but the camera was, you know, it's just, I just love it. Right, 2008, Edward Norton anyways. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing The Incredible Hulk with him in that role. Troll, oh lord, they covered. Yeah, Ruvik is coming. You gotta watch Ruvik. He's a pain in the ass, especially the Ruvik clones and the move that they do. So, and a funny thing, your PSN gamer tag icon is from the first Watch Dogs. Oh, cool. That's excellent. It's a really good logo, that one. Raid, oh no, he's very slowly walking up the stairs at you. This is true. But, if you were to just stand there, he'd be like, gotcha. Troll, well that looked painful. It really did. Especially falling from that height and hitting there. Raid, just walk it off. Exactly. If you get shot in the leg, just walk it off. It'll be fine. The bullet will come out on its own, and then you'll heal up fine and quick. Alright, so that is chapter 4 done. I'm going to make a save. And then I'm going to go into the model viewer, and we're going to look at the character models for characters that we met, or enemies that we came across in this chapter that we haven't covered yet, and read about their bio. Troll, rub some dirt on it. That's all you need to do. Like, it's just there's no need to complain. Just do that and you'll be fine. Sona to acetaminophen and you'll be fine. Haven't heard of that medication before. What the hell? That was funny. I was pressing down on the D-pad and then it was like. Okay, so I've already covered him with the robe. I hate the trauma enemies. They're annoying. Here we go. Laura Creature. Laura Creature. Height 10 feet 2 inches, 3.1 meters. Weight 485 pounds, 220 kilograms. A creature born from the memory of Laura's tragic death and Ruvik's own vengefulness, the thing is nearly immune to bullets but reacts violently to open flame. Whoops. I pressed the button twice instead of once. Sona Tylenol. You gave the generic brand. Oh, Troll, so it's a painkiller? Okay. Yeah, like I've definitely heard of Tylenol, that's for sure, Sona. But yeah, didn't know about the other name for it. Troll reacts violently to open flame, aka kill it with fire. Exactly, Troll, yeah. Yeah. It's definitely handy, to be able to do that. Rage, as not scary as this game is, some of the enemies do look pretty cool. That Laura thing reminds you of the nobodies from Devil May Cry 5. Oh, okay, yeah, I haven't seen much of the later Devil May Cry games, but there's definitely some very creative ways to make monsters look grotesque and stuff. Okay, I've already covered the haunted groups. Already covered the animals. The knife, the grenade, handgun, revolver, shotgun. Already covered that. And the crossbow. Alright. Now to jump into chapter 5.
Seems someone wants me hospitalized.
He's watching. We can't leave. You'll never get out of here. Troll, get out. Do it now. Get out. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, March 2005. The bad news is that I've been reassigned to a new partner. The good news is that Myra said yes. But even the bad news isn't so bad. Joseph is a great detective and we're a good team. Crimson City needs more men like him on the force, and it's an honor to be working with him. But sometimes it feels like bailing out a boat with a giant hole in the bottom. For every crime we solve, it seems that 10 others are committed. The KCPD is a thin blue line protecting the populace from the criminals. But sometimes it seems like there's more of the latter than the former. Raid, get to the chopper. It's the only way out alive.
Necessary for me, my ass.
It's been a while since your last visit.
Investigation stalls. Investigation stalls in serial killer case. Community cautiously optimistic. Citing lack of new leads, police suspect serial killer may have gone into hiding or moved on. Sona, it's a small detail, but your grandparents used to listen to that type of music, and it makes you happy instead of scared. That's definitely an interesting way to look at it too. You know, like depending on the context of stuff, as you say, like it's a happy um, music to hear instead of like some kind of scare and stuff. Right, the music does something similar to you, not because it's comforting or anything, but because the presence of music makes it feel like you're not alone and therefore have less reason to be scared, if that makes sense. Yeah, that can definitely make sense. Yeah. Um, it kind of reminds me of like when you don't necessarily need to concentrate on the music, but you just want to have something to play while you're doing something because it helps fills, I guess, some kind of like silence and stuff. So no, they owned an old crank-operated phonograph and would play simple classical music. Oh, that's the kind of instruments that, you think about how many people might have them in their family that have been passed down and what sort of condition that they might still be in. Hey, Kingslayer, welcome on in. It's going really good, thank you. I'm on chapter 5 of this game, and it's taking a little bit to get through, only because I'm actually showcasing the game environments as I'm going through, and I'm getting all the collectibles, but also reading all the things and stuff. But also going to the model viewer when we unlock character models, and also reading their bios and stuff like that. But yeah, it's going really well. I'm having a good Friday. I hope things are going well with you too. What is Sebastian doing with his hand? Like he's brushing away nothing. Kingsley, you like how much detail and work you put in your stream. It's very entertaining and lovely. Appreciate your work very much. Oh, well, thank you so much, Kingslayer. It's good to know that, because there's some games where I like to try and do kinds of playthroughs that not necessarily everyone would do, or not necessarily things that people might watch, but just to give some kind of different approach to a game and stuff. Because there's so many streamers as well who play a lot of, the big horror games and stuff that they've already covered so many bases, and so there's only so much that there is to sort of like, do with these games that hasn't been done before. And this kind of stuff isn't something that only I've done, of course, but when there's a game that I really enjoy that celebrates an anniversary, I like to, try and find some way to focus on certain things about the experience. That's why I like to do a lot of music-only playthroughs as well, because I feel like the music in a game can sometimes go unnoticed because there might be some other sounds that are happening on the track which sort of distract. But also there's some little instrumentation in music that gets covered up by sound effects as well. And while you can just listen to that music on its own, of course, there's something different about hearing the music on its own while you're actually playing the game at the same time as well. No, it's the Bring Me to Horizon song. Oh, is it? So that's what it was from? Kingslayer, yeah? Right, Sebastian is a mime by trade. He really is. That's his hobby. Kingslayer, most games you've just heard of, and when you give details, are very useful for you, especially if you talk to people that enjoy these games and share the appreciation. Oh, that's excellent, Kingslayer, yeah. That definitely is a good bonus as well, because then, there's things that they might also mention that you might not have, noticed before and things like that. I mean, there's so much stuff that in a game I'll just play it, and I won't really take in too much stuff. And it won't be until I do playthroughs like this where I slow things down and actually look at stuff, and then I'm like, oh, I never noticed that before. Sona, even the shadow detail can be so good. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. So much that goes into the thought process as well, like not just simply throw something at the wall, so to speak, and just let it stick and then leave it, but actually think about, okay, how do we want this to actually look? And do we want it to be something that is widespread, or do we want it to be something that is very subtle, making these kinds of decisions? Hey there, Sheila. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really good, thank you. I just finished chapter 4. We're now on chapter 5, and still pretty early in it. So far, all the collectibles I've collected up until this point, and we've been checking out the environments and stuff, slowly showcasing them off and all that kind of stuff. There might be some that I'll skip doing because the rooms might just be the same as ones that we've seen before, but any sort of detail that might be different, that's enough of a change, I'll look at that stuff. But yeah, it's going good. How about yourself? Sheila, that's great to hear. You have made a lot of progress already. How many chapters are in the game? There's actually 15 chapters in total. So it'll take a few streams. There might be some streams where I don't get through 3 chapters. I was hoping that maybe I would get through 3 chapters every stream, but it just depends too on the actual chapter, plus showcasing the environments as well, adding a bit of extra time on top. Sheila, you're good. Work is finished for today. You went grocery shopping and your new earpads for your headphone arrived. Excellent, Sheila. I'm glad that you're going good, dude. That's good that work is finished as well. Great you got all that stuff done too. Always good when things that you order come through fine and are working well. So that's awesome, dude.
Looks like I have to get down.
Yeah, so Chapter 5 has some great parts to it. One of your favorite chapters besides 9 and 10. Oh, very cool, dude. Yeah, there's just some chapters in games where it just becomes really, really memorable, or there's something about it that you enjoy experiencing or seeing and stuff like that. Then you get those chapters where you'd rather not have to deal with them, but you have to because you can't finish the game unless you do. Troll, he's got to get down, dance off style. Exactly. That reminds me, I think it's in one of the DLCs where you play as Julie Kidman. There's some Easter egg to make some dancing happen. I can't remember how you trigger it. I have to look that up because I do want to do that content, but not in this phase though. I'm going to do it in another phase. Sona, if you stop responding, it's 3 AM and you've fallen asleep, so you've continued to lurk. That's definitely understandable, Sona. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here as well, and thank you for leaving the lurk. Also muchly appreciated. Yeah, so yeah, this game definitely has some of those types of chapters too. It really, really does. And I don't know, I think some of those have some character in them. He wears glasses, and there's one chapter in particular where he drops his glasses, and instead of him going to look for it, we have to look for it.
Locked. Need to find a key card.
That's true, Seb. Want to try and trigger as much dialogue as I can too. Cheers, Sona. Thank you.
Out of ammo?
Very typical horror puzzle. A door is locked, so find the key. Yeah. There's definitely some things that, unless you decide not to put them in the game, obviously, but there's just some tropes that always seem to find their way in to things like that. It's like, oh no, the characters realize that something is up at the isolated location. They're going to go into their vehicle and someone slashed the tires and they've destroyed the engine. Oh shit, quick, get your mobile out. Oh fuck, we have no reception. Someone took out the reception towers. Then someone comes driving along and they try to get their attention, but they can't because the person in the car is not looking where they're driving. And then when they do notice that there's some people there, they're like, hey! And then the car crashes into something else and then blows up. You know, just all these things that just seem to go wrong. That prig of a thing. The effect of the invisible enemy was clipping through the friggin' door, which made me think that the enemy somehow got through when they hadn't. Sona Sebastian is a highly decorated detective. His aim should not be rookie level. Exactly, Sona, yeah. It's just ridiculous. I think even if you get his accuracy up high with the pistol, or the handgun I should say, he still can miss some easy shots sometimes. Modern gardening. We've seen that one before, I think. And then you've got this one, brain. Interior now. Now, or right now, or now in the future now. County. 8 places you must visit. Right, if you ever write a horror thing, you're going to make sure the characters actually have mental aptitudes higher than that of a senile jellyfish. And if they get the results wrong, that's what their result will say. They have an aptitude less than that of a senile jellyfish. So that's even accounting for real world statistics. Oh, I see, yeah. Well, that's it too, as well. Like, that's something actually that I think of sometimes in games is like knowing how something should behave is one thing, but trying to actually get it to behave that way. So we know what someone looks like when they're eating something. So in a video game, how do you make the character actually eat something? Well, obviously there's a certain process that needs to actually be done in order to get that to happen. And so too can it be the same with measurements of stuff. Like if they wanted to have like scaling of stuff as well. Like you look at some really old school games where they were starting to learn about how to make the scaling of what the character size is versus the game environment. Like in the Tomb Raider games, the old school ones, the key that Lara would get for a lock was way smaller than the actual lock that was required for the key, you know? Or the other way around, was larger than the actual key, like way larger. Hospital keycard. This keycard belonged to one of the hospital staff. It appears to have the blood of its previous owner on it. Raid, rule number 12 of the Evil Overlord list. One of my advisors will be an average 5-year-old child. Any flaws in my plan that he is able to spot will be corrected before implementation. You'll make sure to do the same when writing. It's like trying to make sure that there's some kind of like consistency in what things are believable and what aren't. Troll, maybe she just likes to put big things in tight places you don't know. Good one, Troll. Cinema. Vamos beber duas sodalas. Oh, I've already butchered it. Sona, in computer theory, if you roll a 6-sided dice, the majority number is 4. Really? Need to find a dice game where people gamble. No, just kidding. But still. Oh, I started sprinting. Thank you very much. Raid, your personal favorite rule is this one. After you kidnap the beautiful princess, we will be married immediately in a quiet civil ceremony, not a lavish spectacle in 3 weeks' time, during which the final phase of my plan will be carried out. Yes, the other thing too, like these villains and stuff that spell out all their plans because they think that they're going to get away with it. But of course it ends up being their downfall. Bearsuit, you have solved this mega complex puzzle we have crafted. It really is. It's like those symbols that were on the buttons. Surely they wouldn't have put those same symbols somewhere else in the room. Surely not. Sheila, this game definitely has blood for the blood god. Oh yes, Sheila. I would say that the blood for the blood god would be overflowing in this game, that's for sure. Underground facility note. He lies, and to his own son, his own flesh and blood. It's outrageous. Gone to a better place? That hypocrite. That sanctimonious fool? I know the truth. I know him better than he knows himself. He's trying to punish me again. He always resented our closeness, thinks he can use it against me. Does he take me for a fool? Laura is not dead. Well, sorry, Ruvik. She actually is in reality, but not in your consciousness.
Assimilation of subject's consciousness. Initial symptoms: sharp pain and brainstem at centered on insertion point, followed by gradual onset of hemorrhaging as capillaries dilate. Over time, degradation of the ego generates strong suicidal tendencies. They lose who they are and become clay, completely reshapeable in my image. But not me. Something keeps me from staying completely within.
Brain device. This is a schematic for what is actually known as the stem. I can't remember what each letter of stem actually stands for, but it stems from the brain stem, and it's basically the machine that Ruvik's brain is attached to. Of course, this symbol on the door is the same symbol that we've seen actually on walls and stuff. That one. Which is interesting because when you think about the centerpiece there, the center of it, it looks like an eye. And when you think about the name of the hospital, which is called Beacon, and how the beacon of a lighthouse is almost like an eye seeing through the darkness that others can actually see to guide where they need to go. And also, eyes obviously are something that communicates with the brain and all that kind of stuff. So it makes sense that they would go through that. And Ruvik kind of has his eye on everything because I think from memory, he doesn't have full and total absolute control over what everyone who's also connected to the stem actually experiences. But he has more control, I assume, than Sebastian does, or Julie Kidman does, or Joseph does, or, Dr. Jimenez, or whoever else is connected. Connolly, Ruvik is kind of a little bit like Freddy Krueger in that sense, which is, fitting in a way because when this game came out, Jackie Earle Haley had already played Freddy Krueger in the 2010 A Nightmare on Elm Street remake. As good as he is, there's only one Freddy Krueger, and that's Robert Englund. But Jackie Earle Haley plays Ruvik in this. And so, in A Nightmare on Elm Street, basically Freddy Krueger has the ability to control the dream world. So if you're having a nice, relaxing dream about being on the beach, he can be like, fuck this, and actually turn the beach into like this, wasteland of, all these like, mini Freddy's coming after you, just weird, bizarre stuff. He can basically do whatever he wants. In a way, Ruvik has a little bit like that he can do in this. But as I said, I can't remember if he has full and total control or if he still has to also go with the flow of the other consciousnesses that are actually connected to the stem. I spy with my eye something beginning with L. Joseph. I know Joseph starts with a J, not an L, but this character can take a lot of L's. Their suit is Spider-Man. That's who it is. It's Spider-Man. He also has a hobby where he likes to wall run, and he has this artifact called the Dagger of Time as well. He likes to use that sometimes.
Joseph. Thank God you're okay. I don't know what I am, but it's definitely not okay. You brought me here? Jesus, what happened? My head feels like... Do you hear that? We need to get out of here. Can you move? Yeah, Joseph!
Healing partners. Hold X. Heal partner does not consume health items. While Joseph is being lazy, we'll actually have a look at the...
first aid!
What was that, Joseph? What do you need?
I need first aid! I'm in bad shape. I need help. I'm in bad shape. I need help. Do you have any first aid? I need first aid!
Can't you do it yourself, Joseph? Jeez. Does Sebastian have to do everything?
I'm in bad shape. I need help.
Troll, is it even worth healing Joseph, though? Nice PC, bro. Oh, yeah, this PC is NASA level computing. That is a good question, Troll. I don't know.
Do you have any first aid?
What do you think, chat? Should we give him some first aid? I'm just being facetious. We'll have to. There's no way to progress in the story without doing this. But Joseph, remind me what you need help with.
I'm in bad shape. I need help.
Okay, what kind of help? Financial help? Do you need help with choosing your next pair of glasses that you're going to lose?
I need first aid.
Ah, that's what you're after. You need first aid. Okay. All right. Why didn't you say that in the first place?
I've still got a little fight left in me.
You right there, Joseph? I'd give you the Heimlich maneuver, but the game doesn't allow players to do that. Bearsuit is like, your journey ends here, Joseph. This is the end. Roll credits.
Let's get out of here fast.
Wonder what happens if you aim your gun at your ally characters for a little bit. Troll, good enough, pull the trigger. No, I don't want to waste ammo like that. I actually don't think Joseph is a terrible character. I just play that up for facetiousness, but he can be an annoying character sometimes because he'll literally not help you. But there are moments where he does help quite a bit. Troll, you neither. Just annoying. That's true. Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled.
You're right there, Joseph. Like moth to a flame. Joseph's like, oh, this looks good. Gotta get close to that. Bearsuit fire, burn me. It's cold. Joseph, you did something helpful for once. I like that. Joseph doesn't get burned by that fire, even though he was literally standing on it. Sebastian has no troubles smashing glass and not making any sounds of pain. He can do the same for padlocks as well. He's just like, punch, padlock, smash, done. No ow, nothing like that. Yet, when it comes to punching an enemy and being able to kill them pretty quickly, it takes 50 hits. So his fists are powerful enough to break chains and padlocks, but not powerful enough to ram through the head of an enemy. Dumbledore dead, 'cause I'm dead. I'm dynamite. It's... Oh, now I just remembered. DED, 'cause I'm dead. I'm dynamite. Nice one, Dumbledore. I like it. It took me a little bit to twig to what you're actually referencing there. Troll, maybe he literally cannot feel pain. That's true, except when he's been shot or when he's being, like, stabbed. Dumbledore, a song, and you don't know how to spell. Oh, that's all good, Dumbledore. Yeah, once I actually reread the second part about being dead, I'm dynamite, then I was like, oh, the dead that you first put is supposed to be said as DED, not dead. Thank you, Troll, for redeeming that.
This looks pretty sophisticated. Why would they put a bomb like this?
Do you think we can get past it?
Stand back. Let me see if I can disarm it.
Joseph! No, don't open that door. Hey, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. I hope your Friday morning is off to a good start so far. The Evil Within is treating me well. We're in Chapter 5, and it's been good to continue the playthrough and read stuff that I haven't read for a while and have a look at some of the game environments. I actually noticed that there's some books that have the logo for Tango Works on them. So that was something that I didn't notice before. And things otherwise have been going well with the game. And I'll see if I can get through Chapter 6 as well in the one stream. Because that'll actually be good to get through another 3 chapters as well. But yeah, it's going really good. There was like this big pool of oil in this level, and I waited until enough enemies were near, and I dropped the match and was able to get all the enemies killed. And then Joseph comes along and he steps in the damn fire and gets hurt a little bit. I'm like, Joseph, oh, that's interesting. You didn't know that yourself. Yeah, it was just something I never ever thought to even have a look at as well. What else was there? There was something else that I didn't notice that I noticed this time around. Nah, I can't remember now. So I've forgotten it.
What is it with this sound? I thought it was something electronic. Joseph, after Connolly, I thought... I don't know what came over me. I haven't been feeling well, but... Look, let's just get out of here. There's something wrong with this place. Yeah.
Right there, Joseph? Do you need a bib? Listen, you actually woke up sick, so you're not feeling the greatest. Brewing some mint tea to drink, then going to decide to take either Dayquil or NyQuil, depending on if it gets worse. Oh, that really sucks, Lucinda. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling sick. I really do hope that those actually work as well, and quick too, so you don't have to be sick for so long. Definitely not something that you want to wake up to, that's for sure. Troll, he seems fine. Oh, Joseph, yeah, he's always fine. He'll be okay. Even later when he's dying, he'll be okay. He'll be fine. Although, spoiler alert, Joseph isn't actually dead. In Evil Within 2, you can actually find when you get all the slides in that game. There's a conversation that Sebastian has with Julie Kidman about Joseph, and you find out that he's not actually dead. Yeah, Dumbledore. What a twist, huh? Come on, Joseph, hurry up. Taking too long. Wonder what happens if I do this when he gets to the top. Come on, Joseph. Why are you so slow? You could have just jumped down like Sebastian did. Jeez. Troll Snake Eater. What a thrill. What thrill. I still haven't played all of Metal Gear Solid 3. Many years ago when it first came out, I played a little bit of it, but I just couldn't get into it. Listen to that long ladder in that Metal Gear Solid game. So there's a really long ladder in it. Oh, it's funny. There's some of the old school Tomb Raider games where there's like this really long ass ladder that you need to climb up.
We need to move.
I knew it.
It's been a while since your last visit.
Patients claim abuse. Mental patients claim abuse. Abuse only tip of the iceberg. Patients at Beacon Mental Hospital claim they are being used in behavioral engineering experiments by unknown agency. Mobius. The time is still 10:10. Listen, yeah, it's a really long ladder, and you think that's when that music plays, the Snake Eater music. So dramatic, if you recall correctly. That'd be so funny, having all this dramatic music just for climbing up a ladder. Double door stairs are dramatic. They definitely can be, especially when one tumbles down them as well. Listen, you've never finished any of the Metal Gear Solid games yourself. You've only played the OG one back when you were a kid. Game was too hard. Yeah, there's definitely some sections in that first Metal Gear Solid that are really, really difficult as well. The first Metal Gear game I played was the NES version of the first one, which was for I can't remember what system it was for now, but I think it was one of those MSX. That's it. I never actually played that version, but it was one of those things where it was like an actual cassette tape that you had to put in, and that was the game. That was, it loaded it up and stuff. Then they did a sequel to that for the NES called Metal Gear 2 Snake's Revenge or something. But on the MSX, they did a sequel that was different to the NES sequel, and apparently the NES sequel is non-canon. I don't know though. I'm just guessing from memory. And so the actual Metal Gear 2 that was on the MSX is the one that I think in Metal Gear Solid 1 you can read in the history of Metal Gear. I think that game had that. In any case, I remember playing the NES Metal Gear, and it was very, very difficult. It was one of those things where, of course, like, as soon as you walked into the next area, if you weren't careful, the enemy would be facing that direction, and then boom, you discovered. Troll, a banger song too. It's a really good one. Is it, Troll? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's some good music in the first Metal Gear Solid game. Listen, they didn't know that. Yeah, it was very sort of like, very, very early stealth. It was so funny though, like you'd have a truck and you'd get inside the truck and it would be way bigger than the truck would be inside. It's just, old school video game logic. Listen to Oh Snap, you got a gift sub to Jigsaw Killer. He's the one with all the evil within emotes. Oh, excellent. That's cool. It's so funny, like I've gotten gift subs from channels that I haven't actually even been to for a little bit, which is interesting. I'm like, is there some kind of like, residue that is left when you're in someone's channel, like that? I'm like, oh, how very generous of the person. Unfortunately, I can't always thank them when the gift sub has actually been given. Listen, yeah, you tend to get them in waves, and some for channels you don't even follow. Oh. Shit, I think you can get a random gift sub from a channel as long as you've been in there for a few seconds. Oh, really? So just a few seconds worth, and you get that. That's interesting. Hey, Tatiana. Is there anywhere I can get a burger here, or you don't sell them here? Beacon Hospital should have gone into the burger business. Beacon Burger. When you need a burger, you can always find us. Sage, talk about stuff bigger than you think. What about the Resident Evil 2 police station? Yeah, the Resident Evil 2 police station is almost like a TARDIS, where it's just like this very, very small location or building or structure from the outside, but when you go inside, it's like twice the size. Listen, it's like you get, it's like you like gift subs, but if you're going to get one, you'd at least like to get one for a channel you follow, not a channel you raided into once and didn't stick around. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely fair as well, Okay, so there's actually been some things that have popped up that I didn't read about, I think. Let's see, for the handgun. Agony crossbow. Charge time. Decrease the time it takes to draw the crossbow while aiming for faster firing. Range. Increase bolt launch distance. Reload time. Decrease the amount of time it takes to reload. Explosive bolt. Explosive charge can increase damage, affects enemies in a 3-meter radius, but damage decreases the further away from the explosion. Shock bolt. The area of the electric shock and duration can be increased. Flash bolt. The duration of enemy blindness can be increased. Harpoon bolt. Inflicts extra damage on enemies struck. Fire damage added at level 5. Sage, is the game as difficult as Resident Evil in terms of puzzles, inventory, and figuring out where to go? So in this one, Sage, you don't necessarily have like an inventory in the same way. Like you have, your your weapons and your grenades and your health and stuff like that. But it's all in kind of like a wheel type arrangement. You just press a certain button and then it'll bring up like a menu so you can see the weapons that you've unlocked, and you can assign a quick shortcut and all that kind of stuff to each thing. Even the health, like you can assign a shortcut for that. It's very similar to Resident Evil, so if you've played any of the third-person behind-the-shoulder Resident Evil games, it's definitely along those lines. Um, Aesthetic-wise, it's also a bit of a mix of Silent Hill style psychological horror. A lot of sort of like, messing with your head and not quite knowing what you're seeing, whether it's real or not, that kind of stuff. But yeah, in terms of like how the game plays, if you've played Resident Evil games, then it's definitely one of those things where you can get into it as well. What I would say though is, unlike something like Resident Evil 4, for example, when it comes to upgrading your stuff, you might think you've got a heap of gel. Like, for example, I've got 21,200 gel right now. But as you upgrade things to each different level, the increase in how much gel it costs can be a big, massive jump as well. And the thing is, you don't know, unless you've taken notes, of course, from a previous playthrough. But, for example, looking at fire rate, you can't have a look and see how much level 5 would cost you until you actually get to the point where you can get level 5, if you know what I mean. So it's one of those games where it can be very deceptive. You might think, oh, I've got heaps of gel. I should be able to get heaps of things upgraded. And then before you know it, you've only upgraded 2 things and most of your gel's being used as well. So I'd probably say, if you're first playing through the game, don't be 100% like afraid to use what you've got, but also at the same time, make sure that you're not using up too much of your gel too quickly as well. Sage, I got you. Seems like a Dead Space menu. Oh yeah, I haven't played that game, so I don't know how that looks, but yeah, this game does have its own sort of like things to get used to as well, its own idiosyncrasies and stuff. But it's one of those games where even the first time I played it, it felt disjointed in some respects, but it was one of those games where I still wanted to play it again. And the more I played it, the more I enjoyed it. I didn't outright hate it or anything in the first playthrough. I liked it after the first playthrough, but I started to appreciate it a lot more when I played through it a few more times. Sage. Sheva. 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 Roger. Sheva. Roger. Sheva. Roger. Sheva. Okay. I'm on it. Sheva. So pretty much, Sage, if I go into the weapon menu, it brings it up like that. So you can select things in that way. And I've already got things applied to the shortcut buttons. It's interesting, the music. I might just listen to this for a little bit without talking over it. the way the music goes when it goes back to the music that's in the game. Sage, oh shit, you got all that on you? Yeah, definitely like Resident Evil 5, fucking loaded. Exactly, Sage, yeah. And at some points you do have like an ally character, like we have Joseph here at the moment, and he can actually take damage, and you need to get to him to heal him before he dies, because if he dies, you die. But it's not a case where he's with you the whole game. But yeah, you have to keep an eye on that kind of stuff as well in certain levels. Bearsuit, instead of punching rocks, Seb punches through padlocks and glass windows. Exactly, Bearsuit. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. Sage, that gives you Resident Evil 0 PTSD. I don't blame you, Sage. Yeah. And the problem with, that's one of the things too, like, with allied characters like Joseph, he can be helpful, but it's not one of those things where you really want to rely fully on that, because he can definitely get himself into a tight spot and end up getting killed if you're dealing with enemies, and before you know it, you get game over and you're like, what? Oh, Joseph died. Okay, so we got the newspaper that was in there. And then we've got a document, a personal document coming up, but that's soon. Alright, so I'm just making sure that I'm up to date with the collectibles in the guide that I'm using. Sage, people complain about Ashley in Resident Evil 4, but never dealt with Resident Evil 0. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, like, having ally companions in games can be helpful, but if they're also able to do damage to you, it can become very annoying as well, because then you think like, what the hell, you know?
Kidman!
Get me out of this thing!
Wait a minute. It's another trap. Look. It's much more elaborate.
Joseph, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think you'd better get down here.
Hold on, I'm coming. Shit, let's hurry it up!
Please hurry!
Do you have any first aid?
Come on!
This is getting tough.
It's the second fucking time I tried to drop a friggin' match, but Seb was too slow. Plus, the enemy has a little bit of a vacuum around it, I think, that gives a little bit of an advantage as to how close it has to be, literally, to Seb's character model before it can actually attack him. Sage, damn, one of your favorite voice actors ever, Yuri plays Joseph Oda in this. That's right, Sage, yeah.
Get me out of this thing!
I don't know if you've seen the horror movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, but Jennifer Carpenter, who played Emily Rose in that, she plays Julie Kidman, the woman that's in the trap there.
It's much more elaborate.
Joseph, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Think you'd better get down here.
Hold on, I'm coming. Shit, let's hurry it up!
Come on!
Here they come!
Please hurry!
How many of these things are there?
Please hurry!
This is getting tough.
Come on! Come on!
Watch out! They've got dynamite!
Now, how bullshit was that, man?
Fuck.
How absolute fucking bullshit was that fucking shit?
Sebastian, they're above us! Find cover. They're shooting.
Yeah, this is tough, alright. Hey there, Mr. Epic. The Evil Within games are awesome. Yeah, I really do like them. I prefer this one over the second, but the second one is still pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. It's like, damn it, Joseph. It's all your fault.
Sebastian, they're above us.
It's all Joseph's fault. He made a big mistake and he should be put in prison for that.
Find cover. They're shooting.
Sage, you know Carpenter from Dexter, the TV show? Yeah, that's a show I never watched, but I remember finding out that she was in that show. Haven't really seen her in much myself, just the Exorcism of Emily Rose movie. Mr. Epic, too bad we will never get another one. Rip Tango. Yeah, it would have been good to get an Evil Within 3, especially if they had Ruvik return. Mr. Epic, talking about Dexter, can't wait for the new sequel series and even the short prequel. I think I remember seeing something about that actually. At least about a sequel series. Like, the original series came out a long time ago now too, didn't it? Dexter is awesome, Mr. Epic. Yeah, I never saw that. I didn't know until recently actually what his MO was.
Watch out! They've got dynamite!
Dumbledore, you showed them. Wow, obliterated. Yeah.
Is that it?
I think there's still something nearby.
Yeah, Dumbledore. Getting blown to bits. Yeah, bear suit. Like, boom. Not much of Sebastian left. Sage, young actor plays young Dexter, then original Dexter will narrate it.
More of them on the move.
Ah, so it's kind of like Sheldon then.
Watch out! They've got dynamite!
was close.
You'd better come have a look at this.
The funny thing is, I think even at this point, we can just stay here for as long as we want, and the game won't kill Julie until we get to the point where the game actually gives us an icon on the screen showing how long it's going to take for her to drown. Mr. Epic, he has an urge to kill, so in order to quench that, his stepfather taught him only to kill murderers of really bad people. Dexter and Hannibal, two of the best TV shows you ever watched. It's an interesting concept, and it puts you in a situation where it's like, that he himself may have done bad things to people less deserving, but because he's doing things to people more deserving, I mean, I haven't seen the show, so maybe he only strictly does kill those kinds of people. I don't know if there might have been a point where he killed someone that wasn't like that, but just the idea of that as the audience, I imagine, would put you in a situation where it's very easy to root for him to do these things. You know what I mean? It's a very clever way to do that. Sage Sheldon is a great example. Carpenter is his sister. Ah, okay. So that's who she played, his sister. Yeah, and Sheldon is a great example. Yeah, it's interesting, that concept of having a character that we've already seen, but then doing like an origin for them, and still having the actor who was originally the character, but not seeing them necessarily. I mean, he probably did some cameos in that, I imagine, but Mr. Epic, you cannot not root for, because he's such a great character. Yeah. So now that this has quietened down a bit, and we don't have dynamite sticks being thrown at us, I'll take this opportunity to show a little bit of the game environment in this part. Not all of it is stuff that we haven't seen yet, so I won't be too thorough with this section here. But there is a section coming up that we need to go to that has some different architecture and stuff. This is a neat magic trick. Make the water continuously flow, but it never goes above a certain height. Video game logic. Well, while Julie Kidman is doing this, I'm actually going to go and take a break. Just kidding. Sage, is this the Joseph Oda? He looks just like Yuri. Yeah. Yeah, Yuri plays him. But I don't know whose character model, as in like who is the model IRL that they use for the character model of Joseph though. Listen to Kidman getting some good exercise there. Oh, absolutely. You know, it's definitely a great moment to do so. When you're trapped inside a machine that is connected to the brain of a homicidal maniac, you got to get your exercise in somehow. Got to take these moments of solitude and take advantage of that.
I can't get the thing open. I think there's another control panel around here. We're running out of time.
Where do these cables go? I'll go. Tell me what to do.
Kidman's in trouble. We need to move. Look at the control panel. It's got the same kind of dials, right?
Yeah, a top one and a bottom one.
Set the upper dial to 22 and the lower dial to 5. "22 on top. Are you all right?
Joseph! Kidman!
Oh no, what happened? Sage, oh, the ambiguous dialogue hints on where to go. Resident Evil nostalgia. Everyone is so business casual outfits. Oh yeah, Sage. In the sequel, this isn't Sebastian's default outfit, but you can actually unlock it, which I thought was kind of cool. Okay, now that we don't have the urgency now to take in the environment on this level. I just love all the details of like the cracked paint and all the different signs of decay and stuff on walls and floors and the roof and all this kind of stuff in this game. This looks like a cozy place. Looks a bit rustic, is probably the word to use. It's a real fixer-upper. It's a great holiday place. You just have the bare essentials, a toilet and a bed. So that is the 10th key, which matches the number of keys that I'm up to in the guide, so that's good.
Hang on, I'm coming!
Blum. Jump down the hole? Yes. It's like James in Silent Hill 2.
Where'd they go? Kidman, you there? Hang on!
Sebastian!
Are you guys all right?
We're all right.
Just a few bumps. We're fine.
Joseph gets healed. And do they do that for Sebastian? No, of course not.
If you hadn't come along...
It looks like the door's locked from the other side.
Sebastian, maybe we can lift this enough for Kidman to go under and open it from the other side.
We're counting on you.
All right.
Let's get going.
We should go.
I'm glad you're both all right.
It's odd, though. Why would they catch you instead of just killing you?
Maybe he didn't see me as a threat.
He? Another one of those doors.
Wedding invitation. Detective Sebastian Castellanos and Detective Myra Hansen joyfully request the pleasure of your company at their wedding celebration, Saturday, the 17th of September 2005, at 12:30, the Veranda Hotel, Crimson City. Reception to follow. Well, this wedding invitation was late. It's the year 2024. How am I supposed to go to your wedding in 2005? What, you think I'm a time traveler or something? Yeah, listeners, like, come on. If you want your guests to actually go to your wedding, make sure that you send the invite out before it, not after it. Especially not a decade or more after it.
Sebastian? Have you forgotten something?
Parishioner found. Missing parishioner found in mental hospital. These claims are absolutely outrageous. Parishioner Fernando Cabrera, missing for 8 years, found committed in Beacon Mental Hospital. Claims parish was cult. Missing. Fernando Cabrera, psychiatric patient escaped from Beacon Mental Hospital. He is seriously ill and in need of constant supervision. It's so funny, Lucinda. I didn't realize until I did this playthrough that when Sebastian runs out of stamina fully and he stops still, if you actually spam the button, he'll actually not have to wait until the stamina fills all the way back up again before he can start moving again. So you sprint, 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 and then when he actually stops, spam the A button, and then he'll start to be able to move before it actually fills up. It's SSKN, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you very much. How was your stream of Rocket League? Oh, you're playing some Uncharted 4. Excellent. Is that a first time playthrough? I really like that game a lot. I've only played through all of the Uncharted games once, but I really like them a lot. That one was probably my favorite one. Yeah, Lucinda, it was like I was reading one of the hints and it said to mash that button faster for him to regain stamina quicker, and I was like, what? And when I tested, I was like, holy shit. It's not really like a big amount of time before it fills up that you can start moving again, but still it's better than having to wait until it's all the way full again to even be able to move. Listen, and now that you think of it, you think that's a mechanic in the Evil Within 2 as well. You never knew it was part of this game. It's interesting when that happens too, you know, because you think that the sequel was what introduced it. But yeah, it just makes things a little bit easier, you know, knowing that now. There we go, map fragment 10. Alright, so now I've got all the collectibles in chapter 5. Now there's one more key in this chapter. You piece of fucking shit. Alright, what I'm going to do is actually use the actual medical kit, since there's no enemies nearby now. This will be a good opportunity as well to show what happens. Doesn't last too long, but As you can see, everything goes weird visually, and also Sebastian can't move as fast. So if you're surrounded by enemies, it's probably not a good idea to use that. But when it's quiet and there's no other enemies around, it's the safest bet to use it then. It'll also give you a little bit of extra health bar as well. It's not just something that fills your health bar to the fullest. It'll also add a little bit extra onto the bar itself. Listen, the hints in games have generally been dull or obvious things, so you think your brain just doesn't read them anymore. I mean, I don't blame you, you know, because, like, especially when there's games too that are very similar in how they play. They're not exact copies, but they're similar enough that you think, oh yeah, I know the mechanics, you know, hold this button down, aim, shoot, you know, press this to run and all this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, when there's a hint that says, you know, do this and you get a little bit of thing, you might be like, yeah, whatever. And then it's not till later you're like, oh, Dr. Darling, you just had a nap. Oh, you did? Well, I hope you got some good rest. Welcome back. Listen, the one thing you like in God of War is if you're in a boss fight and you haven't figured out what you have to do in order to damage the boss, it will show the hint on screen in real time. That's definitely good too, you know. Gives you that hint, but not straight away. You know, gives you a little bit of, you know, time to work it out.
Fire seems to work.
Hey, Lucinda, I don't know if you saw it in Crocodiles' Discord yet, but I went to the Suno.ai music song creation site, and I actually put some prompts in to create a song that I titled Malaka, I'm on Fucking Fire by Metal Misthios. There was a couple of ones, but the one that I linked was probably the best version of it. Because what it does is you get credits, right? You have to pay a subscription to get more credits, but you can sign up for free and you get basically 50 credits per day. And when you actually use the prompt for what song you want to try and create, you get two different versions of it. You get the same lyrics for both based on one prompt that you create, but you get a different kind of, like, you know, music and also voice and how they sing it as well. And I've done one for that, and it's kind of like an aggressive heavy metal song. So Crooked is going to use it for his Psycho Cassandra, Psycho Alexius runs of Odyssey. There we go, 10th time's the charm. The flapping of that sounds like a little bit of a beat. Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming that. Thank you very much, dude. Lucinda, oh, you saw it, but you didn't check it out. You give it a listen. Oh, nice. Yeah, it was kind of fun, you know. So it's interesting. Like, it's still evolving, the AI, but like I've noticed there's some times the vocals will be really soft in comparison to the music. And like I tried to do a certain style once and I got a country music song instead, even though I put nothing about country music in the prompt. It was like, this isn't what I was expecting. Be like if you wanted to do a song about the evil within. It's like, the evil within, it's a sin, you know, something like that. It just started coming up. Freeze! Bolt. A warhead for the Agony crossbow which will temporarily freeze struck opponents. Except for certain enemies, the target will break apart after freezing. A freeze is coming. Lucinda, okay, you're feeling achy still, so you're going to lay down for a bit. You'll probably be in and out depending how long you plan on streaming today. That's definitely fair, Lucinda. You take care of yourself. I really hope that you can get some good rest and also get some relief from the pain and not feeling too well as well. Thanks so much for popping in and chatting for a bit. And thank you for leaving the lurks too, as well. Muchly appreciated. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda's doing her first ever playthrough of God of War 2018. Most recently finished her annual playthrough of The Last of Us. Is also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as the Evil Within games, the Dishonored series, the Bioshock series. A great streamer with some really cool channel emotes, so definitely recommend. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. You take care of yourself and get some rest, and definitely catch you again soon. On the bright side, I get to showcase what happens when you get killed by Laura. Oh my god, Rod. kill me. That way I have more opportunities to put Laura on fire, since I missed like 3 or 4 fucking hits with the fire. Sage, you can only imagine how scary that thing is on a first playthrough. Yeah, it's one of those things too where the timing you have to have as well when you want to burn enemies that require burning, and you need to get the timing of when you press the button to burn the burnable thing and all that kind of stuff. There we go. Getting the timing right on when she actually spawns out of the burnable bodies, and making sure that you do it when she's actually vulnerable after coming out. Definitely helped there. On the previous attempt, I had like 3 or 4 of those that I missed the timing on, so it didn't affect her. Okay, now that we've dealt with Laura for now, let's do a little bit of a tour of this little area.
Subject's case history cites developmental delays. Indicates issues with communication, social cognition, repetitive behaviors. Signs of synesthesia reported. Genealogy suggests increased susceptibility to external stimuli. Pattern adaptiveness. Could you be what I've been searching for all these years? And under my own nose? Unbelievable. There can be no mistake. This one is compatible.
What in the hell?
Actually, I'll use this opportunity just to showcase this area while I think about it. Because once we deal with this enemy, it'll go out of this. And there we go, that's chapter 5 clear. That part there where it sort of like gives you a vision of things to come and it goes by really fast. It reminds me of the movie In the Mouth of Madness, directed by John Carpenter. There's a moment like that in that movie where you see what's to come in the movie later, but it's all sped up and goes through like that in that quick montage like thing. We're going to make a save. So when I last made the save at the top of this chapter, it was saved at 6 hours and 22 minutes and 46 seconds of playtime. Now that I'm going to save it again, let's see how long it took me to do that chapter, because I was, exploring and looking around as well as doing other stuff. Obviously the stuff you need to do in the game, but also just stopping and having a look in the environment. And so total playtime is now 9 and 10. So that gives a bit of an idea of how long doing this process things take for this playthrough. What I'm going to do is go to the main menu and look at the character models, just in case there's anything that we came across in that chapter that I want to showcase. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's anything in the character model viewer that we haven't covered up until where we are. There's a lot of stuff I haven't actually covered because we haven't got to the point in the game where those things actually come into play. Like certain boss enemies that we fight and all that kind of stuff. Alrighty then, I would have liked to actually do 3 chapters in this stream, because I did 3 chapters in the first stream, but if I do another chapter, it's probably going to take me another 3 hours, which would put me in like 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. my time territory. So I think what I'll do is actually call it a stream, because I already did a stream going until like 2:30 a.m. with Assassin's Creed Valhalla recently. So I'll make this one a shorter stream than the first part was, but Chapter 6 is also very... it'll be very time consuming doing the process I'm doing of showing the environments, but on top of that, the actual chapter itself, especially certain parts where Joseph is involved and all that kind of stuff, it's going to, make the chapter take a while. We're going to go and raid out to Assassin's Creed. We're going to raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Origins. He's doing a 100% run on Nightmare difficulty. Hey there, Lightus. Welcome, dude. Thanks for joining. Just finishing up. Kiki ma ma ma. Oh no, shorter stream. Kiki ma ma ma. No fun. Lightus, hope you're well. And gang. I am, thanks, dude. Yeah, things are going well. How's things going with you? We're raid to Assassin's Creed Origin playing Crocodiles. Exactly. Lidus, you've been lurking, but having fun? Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for the lurking, Lidus. Thank you so much, dude. Oh yeah, no trouble at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one, dude. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Shiller Locke, who's doing a playthrough of Dark Pictures anthology Little Hope. He's doing a series run of the Dark Pictures series. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed. He's doing his annual series run. And he's also a fan of Dead by Daylight. Lucinda is playing through God of War for her very first time. Is also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as The Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dishonored, and Bioshock. Mr. Gote is playing games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games. He's also a fan of games like Until Dawn and The Quarry by the same company, Supermassive. He's also a fan of games like Dead Space, as well as Elden Ring. Lidus is also highly recommended. He's playing Mortal Kombat 2, doing speed runs of it. He's a big fan of Mortal Kombat, so you can see a lot of Mortal Kombat on his channel, but also a lot of retro stuff in general. He's also a fan of Street Fighter, Streets of Rage, and Tekken as well. I'm in a Best Suit is also doing a playthrough of The Evil Within. He's doing challenge runs. He's playing the game on the highest difficulty. He's doing that and also no upgrades and also no keys, which means he can't access the lockers in this game to get items out of those lockers. And he's also doing, speed runs and all these sorts of different playthroughs. He's also a fan of games like The Last of Us. He also does permadeath challenge runs with The Last of Us, as well as a fan of games like Dark Souls. And also highly recommend checking out SSKN. He's been doing Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. No trouble at all, Lidus. You have a good one, dude. And Sheila, no worries at all for the stream and for the shout out either. Thank you so much for being here too. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Splinter Cell Double Agent, but a version of it I haven't played before. I've never ever played the Xbox original version. The only version I've ever played all these years is the Xbox 360 version. Instead of it just being a graphical difference between the two, it's not 100% the exact same game or experience in both versions. So, because I've never played the Xbox original version, it's going to be a first time playthrough of that version. Even though I'm doing it as part of my annual series run, I don't yet know if that version is a game that I would want to do as part of my future annual playthroughs. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I'll still be doing it amongst all the other Splinter Cell games. After that playthrough is finished, it'll be Splinter Cell Double Agent, the Xbox 360 version, which is the one that I've always played. And the other games in that series I'll be doing after those two versions of Double Agent will be Conviction, which is the 5th title, and then Blacklist, which is the 6th one as well. So that's the current schedule. Monday through to Thursday is Assassin's Creed at the moment. Currently doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We'll be finishing that off on Monday. And then I'll be replacing that Assassin's Creed game with Mirage to do a stealth challenge with some other extra rules restricting certain things on top of don't get detected as well. And Fridays, of course, The Evil Within, and weekend Splinter Cell. Thank you so much again, everyone, for watching. Really appreciate it. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put a version in there for subscribers as well. And we'll raid out to Crocodiles and see how he's doing with Assassin's Creed Origins. What he's doing, as part of his historical order run of multiple games across multiple genres and franchises, what he's actually doing is games in a certain order, and that order is what time they actually take place in. So he's currently doing Assassin's Creed Origins. He's mixing in doing the Discovery Tour of that game, which actually gives you a lot of information about various aspects of Egyptian life in the time period that Assassin's Creed Origins takes place in, but also a lot of ancient Egypt history and stuff like that as well, incorporated into it. So he's doing that as part of a massive project. I don't know how many games he actually has in mind for that, but it'll definitely be more than 10, and it'll probably take him over a year or more to actually get through them. And he's going to be playing through games that are set all the way up until the 1940s. Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. Indeed. Let's go a raiding. Would also like to highly recommend people checking out Dr. Ronnie. He's playing through games like Red Dead Redemption 2. He actually wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on the game. So when you see him streaming something like Red Dead Redemption 2, he'll be wearing a cowboy hat. And he's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series and also the Spider-Man games. He's a great streamer and a really chill dude as well. Hope things have been going well today. We're going to raid out to Crocodiles, see how he's doing with Assassin's Creed Origins. Oh, no trouble at all, Ronnie, for the shout-out. Absolutely no worries at all. You should have your office set up again soon to stream a little more. Oh, excellent. That'll be cool. Yeah, because I can't remember the last time I saw you stream, but I think it was the DLC for Spider-Man 2. But that's awesome, Ronnie, that you got that set up again soon. Oh yeah, Kingslayer, no worries at all for the stream. Thank you so much for being here too. I really hope you have a good weekend. Thanks everyone. Hope everyone has a good one. Catch you again next time.